Mandalorian came home to a cabin on the volcanic plains of Nevarro. The water had failed. A dust storm was coming. Then a neighbor's child vanished into the old lava tunnels. Djarin knew how to find the lost, but when Grogu led him beyond the reach of any scanner, the clan of two discovered that home was not a place you defended alone. The Razor Crest descended through the late afternoon light toward the volcanic plains of Nevarro. The ship cut a clean arc across the sky, its restored hull catching the sun and scattering brightness across the cloud layer below. The transition from the cold silence of space to the thin rush of planetary air was a sensation Djarin had experienced hundreds of times across dozens of worlds. But something about this particular approach felt weighted, deliberate, as if the ship itself understood the significance of the journey it was completing. Below, the surface of Nevarro was resolving from an abstract pattern of dark and light into recognizable features. The twisted black scars of the old lava fields to the east, the geometric cluster of the capital city's structures to the west, and the long gray ribbon of the main trade road connecting them across the ashen plain. Inside the cockpit, Djarin's gloved hands rested on the controls with the muscle memory of 1,000 flights. He did not need to think about flying any more than he needed to think about breathing. The ship responded to him like an extension of his own body, banking gently as it fell through the atmosphere, its sensors automatically adjusting for the approach vector. He had piloted this vessel through combat zones and debris fields, through blockades and storms, and the quiet descent toward a peaceful world felt almost surreal by comparison. There was nothing to evade, nothing to calculate except the land-in vector, no threat assessment running in the back of his mind. Grogu sat in the cockpit beside him, strapped into the co-pilot seat that had been fitted for his small frame. He had seen many planets in his years with Din, had watched the curve of a dozen worlds emerge from the blackness of space, had felt the subtle shift in gravity as each new atmosphere embraced the ship. He recognized the pattern of descent in his bones, but something about this particular approach felt different, and it took him a moment to identify what it was. It was Din, the set of his shoulders beneath the Beskar pauldrons, the quality of his stillness at the controls, the almost imperceptible release of tension that Grogu, with his force-attuned sensitivity, could feel like a change in air pressure. For as long as Grogu had known him, Djarin had carried himself like a man braced for impact. But now, in the late light of Nevarro's sky, something in that bracing had loosened. The word that neither of them spoke, the word that hung in the cockpit like an unfamiliar scent, was home. Din had lived in the hidden enclaves of his childhood, in the cramped quarters of the old Razor Crest before it was destroyed, in temporary camps on a dozen worlds where staying longer than a night meant inviting danger. He had spent so long as a solitary hunter, operating alone and answering to no one, that the notion of belonging to a place rather than passing through it had become foreign in ways that went deeper than conscious thought. He had never owned a door, never planted anything and stayed to watch it grow, never looked at a stretch of land and thought of it as his. But the cabin on the rise below, the small stone structure that Greef Karga had pressed into his possession with the insistent generosity of a man repaying a debt, that could never truly be settled, was legally and practically his. The deed was recorded in the Nevarro Planetary Registry. The landing pad was marked with his ship's transponder code. The door had a lock that answered to his biometric signature. And yet, as the Razor Crest descended through the final 1,000 meters, Din found himself searching the landscape for threats the way he had searched 100 bounty targets' last known locations. Some habits did not die simply because circumstances had changed. He had spent too many years alone, depending on no one, trusting only his own skills and instincts. The creed of his people was about honor and loyalty, not isolation. But the life he had lived, the decades of tracking quarries across the outer rim with no backup and no safe harbor, had taught him something different. It had taught him that the only person who would never fail him was himself. The homestead came into clearer view as the ship dropped below the cloud layer. It was built on a low rise, a natural elevation in the volcanic plain that offered a modest view of the surrounding terrain. The cabin itself was single-story, constructed from locally quarried stone and prefabricated panels, with a gently sloped roof, designed to shed the occasional rain that visited Nevarro during its brief, wet season. The walls were a warm gray that blended naturally with the volcanic rock of the rise, and the windows were small and deeply set, built to keep out the heat and the abrasive black sand that wind carried across the plain. Beside the cabin, the cylindrical shape of a water condenser unit was visible against the south wall. A low stone wall traced the boundary of the property in a rough rectangle, enclosing the cabin, the landing pad, a small plot of dark soil that had been prepared for a garden, and a modest paddock where two blurgs stood watching the approaching ship with the placid curiosity of creatures who had seen the spacecraft before and were not easily impressed. Beyond the wall, the volcanic plain stretched eastward toward the lava channels, a maze of ancient tubes and tunnels where molten rock had once flowed and where the ground was treacherous with hidden voids and unstable edges. The landing struts touched down on packed volcanic gravel with a sound like a long exhale. Din powered down the engines and the cockpit fell silent except for the soft ticking of cooling metal and the faint whistle of Nevarro's wind. For a long moment, he did not move. He sat in the cockpit, hands still resting on the controls, and looked at the cabin through the canopy with the same careful assessment he would give to an unfamiliar structure before entry. The door was closed. The windows were dark. The condenser unit on the south wall was motionless, its intake grills dark with what looked like accumulated dust. The garden plot was dry, its surface cracked in the geometric patterns of dehydrated soil. The blurgs in the paddock made low, rumbling sounds of greeting. The place looked modest, solid, waiting. It also looked as if it had been waiting a long time. Grogu made a soft sound from beside him, a questioning coo that Din had learned to interpret with the precision of a translator droid parsing diplomatic speech. The child wanted to know why they were still sitting in the cockpit when there was a whole world to explore. Din turned his helmet slightly toward the sound and felt, as he often did in Grogu's presence, the subtle pressure of an expectation he could not quite meet. Grogu did not understand hesitation. Grogu experienced the galaxy as a series of immediate, fascinating presents, each one demanding attention and offering discovery. The concept of waiting, of holding back, of assessing before committing, These were adult inventions, and Grogu had never had much use for them. Din climbed out of the cockpit. The Nevarro wind hit his armor, warm and dry, carrying the faint mineral smell of the distant volcanic vents that still steamed in the highlands. The air was warm and dry, the kind of atmosphere that reminded the body it was on a frontier world. The volcanic gravel crunched under his boots as he walked around the ship, and each step felt louder than it should have in the quiet of the plain. Grogu climbed down the boarding ramp, refusing to be carried, and stopped at Din's feet, his enormous dark eyes surveying the homestead with an expression of intense and undiscriminating curiosity. To Grogu, this was not a building to be evaluated or a situation to be managed. It was simply a new place, full of new things, and that was reason enough to approach it with enthusiasm. They walked toward the cabin together. Din's pace was measured, deliberate, the walk of a man who had spent his life entering unknown structures and had developed a deeply ingrained protocol for doing so. His helmet's sensors swept the perimeter automatically, cataloging heat signatures and motion indicators. There was nothing. A small burrowing creature near the stone wall, its body temperature registering as a faint dot on the thermal overlay, wind moving the sparse vegetation near the garden plot, the distant heat shimmer of the volcanic vents on the horizon, the blurgs in their paddock, slow and warm and unconcerned. Nothing that represented a threat, nothing that required a response. And yet his hand still rested near his belt, because old habits were not surrendered, simply because circumstances had changed. The cabin door opened with a soft, pneumatic hiss when Din pressed his palm to the lock plate. Grief Karga had been thorough. The biometric systems were powered and functional. The interior lights flickered on automatically as the door sensors detected movement. And the air inside was still and slightly stale, but not unpleasant. The neutral smell of a space that had been sealed against the elements and left undisturbed. The main room was modest but well-proportioned, with a rough-hewn stone table at its center, benches of the same material along two walls, and a kitchen alcove equipped with basic appliances that still had their manufacturer's protective wrapping attached. A doorway on the far wall led to a sleeping chamber. Another doorway near the entrance opened onto a storage room. The floor was smooth volcanic stone, polished to a matte finish that caught the light without reflecting it. On the table, weighted down by a small stone, was a datapad. Din picked it up and activated the screen. It was a message from Grief Karga, recorded months ago, and left here for the day when the Mandalorian finally arrived. The recording was brief, characteristically direct. Grief welcomed him to the homestead. He noted that the condenser would need regular maintenance, that a farming family named Kel and Maris worked the plot 2 kilometers toward the capital and had agreed to keep an eye on the place, and that the blurgs in the paddock were a gift from a grateful city. He ended with a sentiment that Din replayed twice before setting the datapad down. He said that the hardest thing about building a life after everything they had been through was not the physical work. It was learning to accept that you had survived, learning to believe that you were allowed to stop, learning to see the people around you not as threats to be assessed, but as people, simply people, living their lives, and learning that living among them was not a tactical decision. It was just living. Din set the datapad back on the table. The message settled into his thoughts and stayed there. A stone dropped into still water. Grogu explored the cabin with the methodical curiosity of a creature who had spent his entire life in spaceships and temporary shelters and had never before encountered a space that was meant to be permanent. Every corner required investigation. Every surface demanded a touch. He moved through the main room, pausing at the table to run one small hand along its stone edge, then continued into the sleeping chamber where a low platform bed was built into the corner beneath a small window. He pressed his face against the transparent steel and made a soft sound of wonder as the last light of the day painted the volcanic plain in shades of amber and rust. Then he continued his circuit through the storage room and back to the main room, completing his first full survey of the space that would become his home. Din removed his jetpack and set it against the wall near the door. He removed his ammunition belt and coiled it on the table. Each piece of equipment came off with the practiced speed of long habit, and as each piece was set aside, a corresponding weight lifted from his body. The armor itself remained. The helmet remained. Those were not equipment. Those were identity. And the identity of the Mandalorian was not something he was prepared to set aside, simply because he had crossed the threshold of a cabin on Nevarro. He sat on the edge of the sleeping platform, and Grogu climbed up beside him, settling into the crook of his arm with the easy trust of a creature who had never doubted that this was where he belonged. Outside the window, the Nevarro sky was darkening from amber to deep blue as the sun completed its descent beyond the volcanic horizon. The first stars were emerging, faint pinpricks of light in the darkening dome above. Somewhere in the distance, a creature called out, a long, low sound that echoed across the plain and faded into silence. This was, Din supposed, what people meant when they talked about coming home. The silence, the stillness, the small, warm weight of a child against his armored side. He had fought for this, crossed half the galaxy for it, made choices that could never be unmade. And now that it was here, he found that he did not quite know how to hold it. He had spent so long surviving alone that the peace of this place, genuine and uncomplicated as it was, registered in his nervous system as something to be endured rather than something to be enjoyed. He stayed awake for a long time that first night, sitting in the darkness of the unfamiliar room, listening to Grogu's slow breathing and the distant whisper of wind across the volcanic plain. His helmet's sensors reported no movement within a kilometer. His HUD displayed the perimeter as clear, the thermal overlay showing nothing warmer than ambient rock and the faint residual heat of the ship's cooling engines. There was no threat, no approach, no reason for vigilance, and still he could not make himself rest, because vigilance was the shape his mind had learned to take, the posture his consciousness had been trained to hold during all those years of solitary hunting. Relaxing it felt like letting go of a weapon in hostile territory. Somewhere in the deep hours before dawn, exhaustion finally overtook vigilance. Djarin slept in his armor on an unfamiliar bed, in a house that was his, on a planet that was now his to stay on. And when the first light of morning crept through the window, waking him with the suddenness of a hunter conditioned to rise at the first change in ambient light, he found that nothing had changed. The silence was still there. The stillness was still there. Grogu was still curled against his side, breathing slow and even. The world had continued through the night without requiring his attention. And that, more than anything else, was what felt strange. The morning was when the work began. Din had learned, in his years as a bounty hunter, that every environment told a story if you knew how to read it. The scorch patterns on a wall spoke of blaster fire and its direction. The distribution of footprints in dust spoke of numbers and speed and intent. The quality of silence in a room spoke of ambush or absence. Nevarro's volcanic plain told a different kind of story, one written in mineral deposits and wind erosion and the slow, patient accumulation of neglect. It was a story about time passing without human intervention, about weather systems and geological processes and the way a machine stopped working when no one was there to maintain it. He began his inspection the way he began every investigation, with a perimeter walk. The morning light was clear and sharp, the sun still low on the horizon and casting long shadows across the plain. Grogu rode in his satchel against Din's hip, still drowsy, but curious enough to keep his eyes open. The low stone wall that marked the property boundary was intact but weathered, its volcanic stones pitted by years of wind-driven dust and thermal cycling. The wall was not defensive. It would not stop a determined intruder or even a moderately motivated animal, but it defined a boundary, a line between what was the homestead and what was the wild plain beyond. Din walked its length slowly, checking for breaches, finding none, noting the places where the mortar between stones had begun to crumble. The landing pad behind the cabin was functional, but would need regrading before it could accommodate regular traffic. The packed volcanic gravel had settled unevenly, creating shallow depressions where black sand collected in drifts. The landing guides painted on the surface were faded, but still visible, their reflective coating dulled by exposure. The pad was large enough for the Razor Crest, and perhaps one other small craft, enough for visitors or supply deliveries, enough for the kind of life that Din was supposed to be building here. The storage shed beside the cabin was a simple, prefabricated structure, its interior empty, except for a few basic tools left by whoever Grief had hired to prepare the place. A shovel, a hand trowel, a coil of utility cord, a box of spare fasteners. The kind of things that someone who had never maintained a homestead might think a homesteader would need. Din cataloged them with the same efficiency he would apply to a weapon inventory, mentally noting what was missing and what would need to be acquired. And then there was the water condenser, the cylindrical Durasteel unit, mounted on the cabin's south wall, and this was where the real story began. On a volcanic world like Nevarro, water did not come from the ground. The soil was too mineral-rich, the volcanic activity too recent, the water table too deep and too hot for conventional wells. Every homestead on the plain relied on atmospheric condensers, machines that pulled moisture from the air, condensed it through a cooling cycle, and collected the resulting water in underground storage tanks. The technology was reliable, proven on dozens of dry worlds across the outer rim, but it required maintenance. Filters needed cleaning, seals needed replacing. The intake grills needed to be kept free of the fine volcanic dust that the wind carried across the plain in a constant, abrasive drift. Din opened the condenser's access panel, and a cloud of black dust poured out like smoke from a damaged engine. The intake grills were completely clogged, every gap filled with compacted particulate that had accumulated during the months the homestead had stood empty. Beneath the grills, the filter membrane was crusted with white mineral scale, the residue of water that had evaporated and left its dissolved solids behind. The scale flaked off at his touch, brittle and crystalline, and a faint chemical smell, sulfur and calcium, rose from the exposed surface. When Din activated the pump, the unit groaned, whined dry, and produced nothing but a thin trickle of rusty residue that dripped into the collection basin and stopped. This was not a malfunction. This was the predictable consequence of neglect. Machines needed people. Without someone to clean the grills and replace the filters and monitor the pump pressure, the condenser had slowly, quietly, inexorably failed. It had not broken. It had been left alone, and being left alone on a volcanic world was the same as being broken. Din stood back and assessed the damage with the same clinical detachment he had once applied to tracking quarries across hostile terrain. The condenser needed a full disassembly and cleaning. The filter membrane needed replacement. The pump seals were likely degraded from running dry. The storage tank below ground would need to be inspected for contamination. And the garden plot, the rectangle of dark soil marked by a low border of volcanic stones near the south wall, was a hard pan, dry and cracked, and lifeless, untouched by water since the day it had been prepared. The soil's surface was split into geometric plates, the edges curled upward. The color faded from dark brown to a pale gray that matched the volcanic dust on the plain. A lesser man might have been discouraged by the scope of the work ahead. Djarin cataloged the damage, ranked the repairs by priority, and began to plan. He needed replacement parts from the capital. He needed tools he did not currently possess. He needed information about Nevarro's climate patterns and the seasonal reliability of the condenser's output. These were all solvable problems. They were logistics, and logistics were something he understood intimately. Grogu, in the meantime, had found his own line of investigation. Near the edge of the garden plot, where the hard pan met the stone wall, a small crack in the ground had caught his attention. He crouched beside it with the intense stillness that Din had learned to recognize as Grogu's investigating posture, hunting not for prey but for understanding, for connection, for whatever small mysteries the world had hidden in its crevices. His large ears tilted forward, his eyes narrowed slightly, and after a long moment of absolute motionlessness, he reached out with one small three-fingered hand. A creature emerged from the crack. It was small, about the length of Din's thumb, with dark, chitinous plating that gleamed faintly in the morning light, and delicate translucent antennae that twitched in the dry air. It had too many legs to count at a glance, and moved with the rapid, stop-and-go rhythm of an animal that had evolved to cross open ground in short bursts between cover. It approached Grogu's outstretched finger with evident caution, its antenna brushing against his skin once, twice, and then it turned and scurried back into the darkness of its burrow with the same sudden speed. Grogu cooed with delight. The sound was soft and high and utterly content, the sound of a creature who had just been given a gift. Where Din saw a dead garden and a broken machine and a list of tasks that would take days to complete, Grogu saw a world full of small wonders waiting to be discovered. The child moved along the stone wall with renewed energy, stopping at every crack, every shadow, every patch of unfamiliar vegetation. He found a second burrow near the corner of the wall. He found a cluster of pale lichen growing on the shaded side of a large volcanic boulder. he found a beetle-like insect with an iridescent shell that caught the morning light and scattered it in fragments of green and blue. Each discovery was greeted with the same soft coo of wonder, the same small hand reaching out to touch, the same patient waiting for the creature to decide whether to approach or flee. Din watched him from the corner of his helmet's visor and felt something shift in his chest. He had brought Grogu to this place because he believed it would be good for the child, stable and safe. A place to grow without the constant threat of violence that had defined their years together. And here was Grogu, already at home, already exploring, already forming connections with the smallest inhabitants of their new world. It was Din who stood beside the broken condenser, calculating supply runs and repair schedules and parts inventories. It was Din who was treating this like a mission. Perhaps that was the problem. Perhaps he did not know how to treat it as anything else. Perhaps the habits that had kept him alive during all those years alone were precisely the habits that would keep him from ever truly arriving. The sound of an approaching engine pulled him from his thoughts. It was a land speeder, its repulsor lifts humming with the distinctive tone of a civilian-grade drive unit working against the volcanic plain's uneven surface. The sound was coming from the direction of the capital, growing louder as the vehicle followed the faint track that connected the small cluster of homesteads to the main trade road. Din's hand moved to his belt out of habit, then stopped. His helmet's sensors identified the vehicle as a farming model, well used, its cargo bed loaded with covered containers that registered on the thermal scan as warm. The land speeder pulled up beside the stone wall, and 3 figures climbed out. The driver was a man in his middle years, broad-shouldered and weathered, with the sun-lined face and calloused hands of someone who had spent his life working outdoors. He moved with the easy confidence of a person on his own land, and when he raised a hand in greeting, the gesture was open and unguarded. Beside him, a woman with her dark hair pulled back in a practical knot, carrying a covered dish wrapped in insulated fabric, and from the back seat, 2 children spilled out with the explosive energy of young beings released from confinement. A girl of perhaps 10 standard years, and a boy a few years younger, both with the same dark hair and the same curious, unafraid eyes. The man introduced himself as Kel. His wife was Maris. They farmed a plot of volcanic soil 2 kilometers in the direction of the capital, had been there for 6 standard years, and had raised their children on the same ground they worked. Grief Karga had told them about the Mandalorian, had asked them to keep an eye on the homestead, and they had taken that request seriously. They had watched the cabin through the changing seasons, had noted when the condenser stopped cycling, had wondered when its owner would finally arrive. Maris set the covered dish on Din's doorstep before he could formulate an objection. It was spiced grain and slow-cooked meat, she said, a traditional Nevarro dish that kept well and required nothing more than reheating. She knew from experience that the first few days in a new homestead were exhausting, that the work of settling in left little energy for cooking, that a warm meal could make the difference between a tolerable first week and a miserable one. She said all of this while already turning away, as if the gift required no acknowledgement, as if feeding a stranger who had just arrived on her planet was the most ordinary thing in the galaxy. The children, meanwhile, had spotted Grogu and were approaching him, with the careful excitement of young beings encountering something extraordinary. The girl crouched down to Grogu's level, her hands resting on her knees, her head tilted at the same curious angle that Grogu himself used when examining something new. The boy hung back, suddenly shy in the presence of a creature unlike anything he had ever seen. And then Grogu made a soft, inquisitive coo and waddled toward them, and the boy's shyness evaporated like morning frost in sunlight. Din watched the children interact with a tightness in his chest that he could not name. They were showing Grogu a game involving smooth volcanic stones, stacking them into towers and letting him knock them down. When Grogu used a small telekinetic nudge to send a particularly tall tower tumbling, both children gasped with delight and immediately began rebuilding it, larger this time, testing the limits of the small green child's abilities. Grogu laughed, a sound Din had heard only rarely in moments of particular safety and joy. And the laugh echoed across the stone wall and the garden plot and the volcanic plain beyond. Kel, in the meantime, had walked over to the condenser. He stood beside Din and looked at the open access panel, the cloud of black dust still settling on the ground, the crusted filter membrane visible through the intake grill. He nodded slowly, the nod of a man who had diagnosed the same problem on his own equipment and knew exactly how much work lay ahead. He told Din what he needed to know, which suppliers in the capital stocked the right filter membranes, which ones would try to sell him parts he did not need, how often the dust storms rolled down from the highlands during this season, and how to read the atmospheric pressure signs that preceded them. He offered tools. He offered labor. He offered the accumulated knowledge of 6 years of farming on a volcanic world that did not make anything easy. Din listened. He absorbed the information with the focused attention of a soldier receiving a tactical briefing, cataloging each detail for later reference. He answered Kel's questions with the minimum number of words required. He accepted the tools with a nod and the knowledge with a slightly longer nod. And he did not invite the family inside. He did not offer them anything in return. He did not know how. Kel, to his credit, seemed to understand. He had met people like Din before, in the years after the Imperial remnant was driven from Nevarro. He knew the look of someone who was still waiting for the next crisis, even when the immediate danger was over. He knew that trust was not something you could give, only something you could build, one interaction at a time. He told Din to take his time. The condenser would still be broken tomorrow. The garden would still need water next week. The plane had been here for a very long time and would wait a little longer. Then he called his children. The girl waved at Grogu as she climbed back into the land speeder, and Grogu raised one small hand in response, opening and closing his fingers in the approximation of a wave that he had never quite perfected. The boy waved too, less confidently at first, then with more enthusiasm when Grogu responded. And then the land speeder pulled away, its repulsor lifts humming down the track toward the capital, its dust trail settling slowly in the afternoon light. Din stood at the stone wall for a long time after they left. The covered dish was still warm on his doorstep. The tools Kel had lent him were stacked neatly beside the condenser, ready for use. The children's game with the volcanic stones was still visible, a scattered pattern of small, dark rocks, where Grogu had knocked down the last tower. And Grogu himself was sitting in the middle of the pattern, stacking his own stones with intense concentration, his tongue poking slightly from the corner of his mouth in the expression of focused effort that Din had come to recognize as uniquely his. The sun was beginning its afternoon descent. The shadows were lengthening across the plain. The wind had picked up slightly, carrying the familiar mineral scent of the distant vents. And Din Djarin, who had tracked fugitives across half the outer rim and faced threats that most beings only encountered in nightmares, found himself standing at a stone wall on a volcanic rise, holding food he had not asked for and tools he had not earned, and trying to understand why accepting kindness felt like surrendering a position. He had been given a home. He had been given neighbors. He had been given food and knowledge, and the unspoken promise that help was available whenever he needed it. And still he felt like a sentry at a border post, scanning the horizon. Because in his experience, shaped by decades of solitary work where no one had your back unless they were paying you, things did not simply work out. People did not simply help. There was always a catch, a price, a debt to be repaid. And the absence of one felt less like freedom and more like a trap he could not yet see. He turned back toward the cabin. The condenser needed parts. The garden needed water. The storage shed needed supplies. There was work to do. Real, physical, addressable work. And work was something he understood. He would go to the capital tomorrow. He would buy what he needed. He would fix what was broken. And then perhaps he would figure out what came after. Grogu had fallen asleep on the warm stones, his small chest rising and falling with the slow rhythm of a child at peace. Din lifted him carefully, cradling him against his chest plate, and carried him inside. The cabin was cooler than the outside air, its thick stone walls doing their job. Din laid Grogu on the sleeping platform and stood in the doorway for a moment, looking at the small green shape in the dim light. Then he turned, walked back to the condenser, and began to work. It was, after all, what he knew how to do. The capital city of Nevarro had transformed in the years since Din Djarin first walked its streets. What had once been a rough frontier outpost, a way station for bounty hunters and smugglers and the various fringe operators who made their living in the gray spaces between imperial law and outer rim lawlessness, had become something approaching a proper settlement. The streets were paved now, at least the main ones. The marketplace was busy with legitimate traders selling goods from a dozen systems. The cantina that had once served as a base of operations had been renovated into a family establishment, its dark booths replaced with open seating, and its blaster-scarred walls covered with fresh plaster. The transformation was not complete. Nevarro would always be a frontier world, its character shaped by the harsh, volcanic landscape that surrounded it. But the direction of change was unmistakable. Din walked through the city with Grogu, riding in the satchel against his hip. The child's head swiveled constantly, tracking the movement of speeders and pedestrians and the occasional droid rolling past on its assigned errands. The capital was busier than the last time they had visited, its population swelled by the influx of settlers and traders who had been drawn by the policies of low taxation and minimal regulation. New buildings were under construction near the edge of the settlement. The school in the central square was full of children, whose voices carried through the open windows in a cheerful din. And the IG-11 statue, still standing in its place of honor near the marketplace, had been polished recently, its metal surface gleaming in the afternoon light. a reminder of the droid who had sacrificed itself to protect a child. Din found the supply depot that Kel had recommended without difficulty. It was a sprawling warehouse on the industrial edge of the city, its shelves stocked with farming equipment, moisture condensers, irrigation components, and all the various tools that a homesteader on a volcanic world might need. The proprietor was a Mon Calamari woman named Sela, who had settled on Nevarro during the Reconstruction years and had built her business supplying the growing community of farmers and ranchers who worked the volcanic plain. She knew Kel. She knew his family. And when Din gave his name, her large fish-like eyes widened with recognition. The Mandalorian. Grief Karga had mentioned him. The homestead on the eastern rise. Sela helped him find what he needed. A replacement filter membrane sized for his condenser model, a set of high-temperature seals, a moisture probe for testing the garden soil, a basic tool kit that was better than the sparse collection in the storage shed. She asked about the condition of the condenser, nodded knowingly when he described the mineral buildup, and added a descaling solution to his order without being asked. She had seen this before, she said. New homesteaders always underestimated what the volcanic environment did to equipment. It was not enough to fix things once. You had to keep fixing them, season after season, year after year, or the planet would take them back. Din paid for the supplies and was loading them into a carrying crate when he paused near the warehouse door. Through the window, he could see the IG-11 statue in the square beyond. Children were playing near its base, their voices rising and falling in the rhythms of whatever game they had invented. The afternoon light caught the polished metal of the statue and scattered across the square. And Din found himself thinking of Grief Karga's message, the words left on the datapad in the empty cabin. Learning to accept that you had survived, learning to believe that you were allowed to stop. He had replayed that recording twice. He suspected he would replay it again. The walk back to the homestead took the better part of an hour. The carrying crate balanced on Din's shoulder, Grogu still sleeping against his hip. The volcanic plain stretched out in all directions, its dark surface broken only by the occasional cluster of hardy shrubs and the distant shapes of other homesteads. The sky was clear, the sun still high enough to cast sharp shadows, the wind steady but not strong. It was, by the standards of Nevarro, a beautiful day, and Din found himself noticing the beauty in a way he had not noticed such things before. The way the light caught the mineral deposits in the volcanic rock, making them glitter like embedded stars. The way the shadows of clouds moved across the plain in slow, silent procession. The way the air smelled of stone and distance and the faint promise of the highland vents. He was beginning, slowly and against his own expectations, to see this world as something other than terrain to be crossed. The condenser repair took the better part of the next 2 days. Din worked with the patient method of someone who had spent decades maintaining his own equipment in the field. Someone who understood that rushing a repair was the fastest way to ensure it would fail again. He disassembled the unit completely, laying out each component on a clean cloth inside the storage shed. He cleaned the intake grills with compressed air and solvent, working the accumulated dust out of every crevice until the metal gleamed. He scraped the mineral scale from the filter housing with a tool that Kel had lent him, the white crystals flaking away to reveal the durasteel beneath. He installed the new filter membrane, sealed the housing, replaced the old seals with the high-temperature versions that Sella had recommended. He primed the pump manually, working the intake chamber until he felt resistance, and then he activated the power supply and waited. The condenser groaned. It trembled. It made a sound like a creature clearing its throat after a long silence. And then, with a shudder that ran through the entire unit, it began to cycle. A thin trickle of water emerged from the output line, rusty at first from the residual minerals in the pipes, then clearer, then clear. Din watched it fill the collection basin, one slow drop at a time, and something in his chest that had been tight since the moment he landed began to loosen. Grogu, who had been watching the repair process from his sunny spot near the stone wall with the patient attention of a creature who trusted that things would work out, cooed in approval. The sound was soft and satisfied, the sound of someone whose faith in the universe had once again been justified. One of the blurgs, the smaller one with the notch in its left ear, made a rumbling sound from the paddock that might have been agreement. The garden was the next challenge. Now that the condenser was producing water, the storage tank was slowly filling, and there was enough in reserve to begin irrigating. But the soil was in worse condition than Din had initially assessed. The hard-pan surface was only the visible layer. Beneath it, the soil was compacted to the consistency of stone, the result of months without water and the constant pressure of the wind. Din broke the surface with the shovel from the shed, turning the earth one section at a time, mixing in the nutrient compound that Kel had recommended and working it deep into the soil with the hand trowel. The work was physical and repetitive and required no strategic thinking, and Din found that he appreciated the simplicity of it. He understood physical labor. He understood cause and effect. If he turned the soil and added nutrients and provided water, things would grow. It was a promise that the universe, for once, seemed willing to keep. He was still working when he heard the land speeder approaching. This time it was Kel alone, the farmer climbing out of his vehicle with a concerned expression that Din's helmet sensors registered before his conscious mind processed the visual information. Kel was carrying a datapad, and the datapad was displaying a weather alert. A dust storm was forming in the volcanic highlands to the north. The atmospheric pressure sensors had registered a rapid drop, and the forecast models predicted that the storm front would reach the homestead plain by late afternoon. These storms were a known hazard of living on Nevarro, Kel explained. They came without much warning, lasted anywhere from a few hours to a full day, and could reduce visibility to near zero. The protocol was simple: get inside, seal the doors and windows, and to wait. The homesteads were built to withstand them. The cabin's stone walls and deep-set windows had been specifically designed for this environment. The only real danger was being caught outside when the storm hit. Din took the datapad and reviewed the alert. His helmet sensors confirmed the data. The pressure was dropping. The temperature was beginning to fall. The wind direction was shifting from its usual pattern to something more northerly. The storm was real. It was coming, and it would arrive sooner than the forecast predicted. He could feel it in the changing quality of the air, the way the light was beginning to take on a slightly brownish tint as the first fine particles of dust arrived ahead of the main front. He thanked Kel with a nod and began gathering his tools. There was time to finish securing the condenser, to bring Grogu inside, to seal the cabin against whatever the storm was bringing. He had weathered worse conditions on worse worlds. This was manageable. And then the speeder arrived. It came fast, too fast for safe driving on the uneven track, its repulsor lifts whining with the strain of an overloaded drive unit pushing against the limits of its design. The vehicle slewed to a stop beside the stone wall, its cargo bed empty, its driver's compartment occupied by a single figure. Maris. She was out of the speeder before it had fully settled, her movements jerky with the desperate energy of someone holding back panic by sheer force of will. Her face was pale beneath its weathering. Her hands were trembling. Her son, the younger child, the boy who had been too shy to wave at first, and then had waved with so much enthusiasm at Grogu. He had been playing near the old lava channels east of the homesteads, exploring with his sister and another neighbor's child, as the children of the plain often did on clear afternoons. When the storm alert had come through on the homestead's comm unit, the other two children had run home immediately, but the boy had gone deeper into the channels, chasing something, a burrowing creature perhaps, or a formation of interesting rocks. And then the leading edge of the dust wall had arrived, and no one had seen him since. The lava channels, the maze of ancient tubes and tunnels where visibility was already limited, and the dust storm would reduce it to nothing. The boy was somewhere in that darkness, alone, with no light and no shelter, and no way to navigate back to the surface. Din did not hesitate. He was moving before Maris finished speaking. His gear was still arranged near the door from the morning's condenser work, and his hands found each piece with the automatic precision of long practice. Thermal scanner, its battery freshly charged. Grappling line, its durasteel cable coiled and ready. Marker beacons, a set of 6, their adhesive bases protected by release film. Extra filter for the helmet's environmental intake system, because the dust would be fine enough to clog even military-grade filtration. He checked each item with quick, sure movements, while Maris stood in the doorway, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps that she was visibly struggling to control. Grogu had been inside the cabin, exploring the storage room where Din had stacked the new supplies. He emerged at the sound of the speeder and the unusual tension in the adults' voices, his large ears swiveling forward to catch the emotional frequencies that words could not convey. He looked at Din. He looked at Maris. And then he reached up toward Din with both arms, his expression uncharacteristically serious, his small hands opening and closing in the gesture that meant he was not asking to be carried, but insisting. Din looked down at him. For a single heartbeat, he considered leaving the child with Maris. The cabin was safe. The storm would pass. Grogu would be protected here, away from the dust and the darkness and whatever hazards the lava channels contained. But Grogu's eyes were fixed on him with a determination that Din had learned to respect, and the child's small hands were still reaching, and Din remembered with the sudden clarity that emergency always brought, a lesson he had learned in the earliest days of their life together. Grogu was not a burden. He was not a liability. He was a partner. And the things he could sense, the connections he could make, the instincts he possessed that went deeper than any technology, these were assets that Din had come to rely on as much as his armor. He lifted Grogu into the satchel. The child settled against his hip with the ease of long practice, his head already turned toward the door, his ears already tracking something that Din could not perceive. Din told Maris to stay at the cabin, to seal the door after he left, to contact the capital on the comm unit and tell them the situation, the child's name, the location of the channel entrance, the time of the disappearance, to wait, and if other neighbors arrived, to tell them the same thing. Stay. Wait. Let the hunter work. Then he walked out into the storm. The dust hit him like a physical blow. The leading edge of the storm front had arrived while he was gearing up, and the world outside the cabin door was already transformed. Visibility was near zero, the air thick with particulate that reduced the sun to a faint orange smudge in the brown darkness overhead. The wind was strong enough to push against his armored body, making each step an effort of will as much as muscle. His helmet's external audio dampeners had engaged automatically, reducing the howl of the storm to a manageable background roar, and his HUD had switched to thermal imaging, painting the world in false color gradients of heat and cold. The volcanic plain, which had been empty and still moments before, was now a churning chaos of airborne dust and wind-driven debris. Din oriented himself by the terrain. Features his HUD could still resolve through the dust. The stone wall was a faint line of cold gray against the warmer ambient temperature of the plain. The track toward the lava channels was visible as a depression in the thermal profile, slightly cooler than the surrounding terrain. And in the distance, barely perceptible on the edge of his scanner's range, the dark shapes of the channel formations rose from the plain like the broken teeth of some ancient buried creature. He began to walk. Each step was deliberate, his boots finding purchase on the volcanic gravel that shifted treacherously under the accumulated dust. The wind pushed at him from the north, and he leaned into it, adjusting his balance with the automatic skill of someone who had fought in conditions far worse than this. Grogu was a warm weight against his hip, the child's head tucked against the satchel's edge, his ears flat against the noise, but his eyes still open, still watching, still searching. The walk to the channel entrance took longer than it should have. The storm had already begun to fill the lava tubes with dust, and the entrance itself was partially obscured by a drift that had formed against the windward side of the formation. Din used his thermal scanner to locate the opening, following the temperature differential between the cooler stone of the channel walls and the warmer dust that was being driven inside. When he found it, he paused for a moment, letting his sensors complete a full sweep of the entrance and the first few meters of the passage beyond. No heat signatures, no motion, just cold stone and settling dust. He deployed his first marker beacon. The small cylinder adhered to the rock wall with a soft click, and a red light began pulsing from its indicator. Steady, regular. A heartbeat of light in the darkness. Anyone following this trail would see that light and know which way led back to the surface. Din had used these beacons on dozens of operations, marking extraction routes through hostile terrain, and the protocol was so deeply ingrained that he deployed them without conscious thought. Then he descended into the darkness. The lava channels were older than any civilization that had ever existed on Nevarro. They had been formed in an era of intense geological activity, when rivers of molten rock had carved their way across the surface and left behind hollow tubes as they cooled and receded. Some of these tubes were narrow and twisting, barely wide enough for a human to pass. Others opened into wide chambers whose ceilings were lost in shadow. The walls were banded in layers of obsidian and rust-colored iron deposits and pale gray ash that crumbled at a touch. Mineral formations hung from the ceiling like stone icicles, their surfaces glittering faintly when Din's helmet lamp swept across them. The darkness inside the channels was absolute. Without his helmet's low-light sensors, Din would have been blind. With them, the world resolved into a landscape of green-tinted stone and shadow, every surface rendered in the eerie clarity of amplified ambient light. The dust was thinner here. The channels offered some protection from the storm, but it was still present. A fine haze that hung in the still air and settled on every surface. Din moved through the first chamber with his thermal scanner raised, sweeping the branching passages for any heat signature that might indicate a living presence. The scanner showed him cold stone and colder shadows, and the faint residual warmth of the air that the storm was pushing down from the surface. Nothing that registered as biological, nothing that suggested the boy had passed this way. But Grogu was becoming agitated, not afraid. Din had rarely seen Grogu truly afraid, but focused in a way that was unusual for the curious, easily distracted child. His ears had lifted and were swiveling slowly, independently, tracking something that Din's sensors could not detect. His eyes were fixed on a passage to the left, a narrow opening that the thermal scan had dismissed as a cold, dead end, with no thermal signature to suggest recent passage. His small hand was extended, fingers splayed, reaching toward the darkness with an intensity that Din had learned to interpret as Grogu's connection to something beyond the physical. Din trusted the child more than he trusted his equipment. He had learned, over years of watching Grogu respond to things no sensor could register, that the child's force sensitivity operated on wavelengths that technology could not replicate. He could feel things. He could sense the residue of emotions, the traces of fear or hope or determination that living beings left behind in the spaces they had passed through. And right now, Grogu was sensing something in the left passage, something that mattered. He turned left. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for Din's armored shoulders, and it wound downward at a shallow angle that suggested it followed the ancient path of a lava flow that had drained into a deeper chamber. The walls pressed close on either side, their surfaces rough with the bubbled texture of rapidly cooled volcanic glass. Din placed another marker beacon at the junction, its red pulse reflecting off the mineral bands in the walls. He moved deeper, his helmet lamp casting a circle of light ahead, his thermal scanner sweeping continuously for any change in the temperature profile. And then he saw them. Footprints, small footprints, the size of a child's feet, pressed into the fine layer of volcanic ash that coated the passage floor. They were recent. The edges were still sharp, not yet softened by the slow drift of dust from above. They led deeper into the passage, heading in the same direction that Grogu had indicated. The boy had been here. He had walked this way, alone, in the darkness, before the storm had fully arrived. Din followed the footprints. The passage continued to narrow, then opened suddenly into a wider chamber whose ceiling was supported by natural pillars of fused volcanic rock. The footprints here became confused. The boy had stopped in this chamber, had turned in place, had perhaps tried more than one direction before continuing. A scuff mark low on one wall suggested a stumble, a hand pressed against stone for balance. And then the tracks resumed, heading toward a narrower opening on the far side of the chamber, a passage that sloped downward more steeply than the one they had just ascended. Grogu made a sudden sound, sharper than his usual coo, more urgent. His hand was pointing now, not reaching, and his eyes were fixed on the far passage with an intensity that bordered on distress. He could feel something, the boy's fear. It was resonating through the Force like a shout, echoing down a long corridor, and Grogu was hearing it as clearly as Din's helmet amplified the sounds of the physical world. Din moved faster. The passage narrowed again, forcing him to turn sideways where the walls closed in, his armor scraping against the stone and leaving bright scratches in the mineral deposits. The footprints continued ahead, unhesitating now, as if the boy had been moving with purpose or with panic, rather than pausing to choose directions. The passage descended, curved, descended further, and then opened into one final chamber. It was smaller than the others, a dead end, where the ancient lava flow had cooled against an obstruction and left a roughly circular space, perhaps 4 meters across. The walls glittered with some crystalline mineral that caught the helmet lamp's light and threw it back in scattered fragments, making the chamber seem larger than it was, filling it with dancing points of reflected illumination. And in the corner, huddled against the cold stone, with his arms wrapped tightly around his knees and his face streaked with volcanic dust and dried tears, was the boy. He was cold. Din's thermal scanner registered his core temperature as low, but not dangerously so. The channels provided some insulation from the surface conditions, and the boy had been moving, generating body heat through exertion. His clothing was covered in volcanic dust, the same fine gray particulate that coated every surface in the channels. There was a small cut on his palm where he had scraped it against the sharp edge of a rock formation, and the blood had dried in a dark line across his fingers. But he was alive. He was uninjured in any meaningful sense. He was simply lost and cold and afraid, and he had been sitting alone in the darkness for what must have felt like hours. When he saw the light of Din's helmet lamp and the silhouette of the armored figure emerging from the passage, his face crumpled with an emotion too complex for a child to name. Relief, disbelief, the overwhelming physical release of tension that came from realizing, after what had seemed like an eternity of silence, that someone had come, that he had not been abandoned, that the darkness was not going to be the last thing he saw. Din crossed the chamber and knelt beside the boy. He wrapped him in his own cape, the heavy fabric still carrying his body heat, and pulled it tight around the child's shoulders. The boy was shivering, his small body trembling with a combination of cold and emotional release. Din spoke to him in the calm, even voice he used when briefing clients, factual, unhurried, the voice of someone who was in control of the situation and did not expect that control to be challenged. The storm was passing. His mother was waiting for him. He was going home. Grogu leaned out of the satchel and looked at the boy with his enormous, dark eyes. The child was perhaps twice his size and 1/10 his age, and yet in this moment Grogu seemed older than his years, more knowing, more present. He made a soft sound, the same coo he used when Din was tense and needed calming, the same sound he had made when healing wounds with the Force in moments of desperation. It was a sound of comfort of connection, of the simple assertion that you are not alone. He reached out one small hand and touched the boy's cheek, and the boy looked at him with an expression of open wonder, the fear in his face retreating before something gentler. Then voices echoed from the passage behind them. Lights appeared in the darkness, not the steady red pulse of marker beacons, but the bobbing, organic movement of hand-held glow rods. Footsteps, multiple sets of footsteps. And then Kel appeared at the chamber entrance, flanked by two other neighbors whose faces Din recognized from the brief glimpses he had caught of the other homesteads on the plain. Their clothing was coated in volcanic dust. Their faces were streaked with it. They were carrying emergency blankets and water canteens and a portable heating unit. And they had followed the beacon trail through the darkness as surely as if Din had drawn them a map. Kel had not waited. When Maris had contacted the capital and the neighbors had heard what was happening, he had gathered whoever was available and gone after the Mandalorian. The red beacons pulsing in the darkness had been impossible to miss. The trail through the channels had been clearly marked, each junction indicated by a steady pulse of light, each passage that led to safety, distinguished from the dead ends and the drop-offs. The beacons had done exactly what they were designed to do, which was to guide people home. The boy was wrapped in thermal blankets. Water was offered and accepted. The cut on his palm was cleaned with a sterile wipe from someone's emergency kit and sealed with a strip of medical tape. He was cold and tired and would probably be afraid of the dark for some time to come. But he was fundamentally fine. He was alive and whole and about to be returned to his mother. The group made its way back through the lava channels in a slow, careful procession. Din led, his helmet lamp cutting through the darkness ahead. Kel followed, carrying the boy in his arms. The two other neighbors brought up the rear with the emergency supplies, and Grogu, still alert, despite the exhaustion that must have been settling into his small body, kept his head turned toward the passage behind them, his ears tracking something that none of the others could perceive. When they emerged from the channel entrance, the storm was already thinning. The wind had dropped from a howl to a murmur. The dust was settling slowly, coating the plain in a fine gray film that would take days of wind and water to wash away. The sky overhead was still dark with the remnants of the dust front, but patches of clear blue were beginning to show through, and the light of the sun, filtering through the thinning haze, was the color of old gold. Maris was waiting at the cabin. She ran to meet them as they approached, her feet slipping on the dust-coated gravel. And when she saw her son in Kel's arms, wrapped in blankets and the Mandalorian's cape, she made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a cry. She gathered the boy into her arms. She pressed her face against his dusty hair. She looked at Din over the child's head, and her eyes said everything that her voice could not. Din stood apart from the reunion, near the stone wall, Grogu still watching from the satchel. The neighbors were gathering now, more of them arriving from the other homesteads, drawn by the calm traffic and the simple communal instinct to show up when something was happening. They surrounded Maris and her son in a loose, protective circle, offering blankets and water and the quiet presence of people who understood what it meant to almost lose something precious. And then, one by one, they turned to look at Din, the Mandalorian, the armored stranger who had arrived only days before and kept to himself and treated every interaction like a transaction. The hunter who had walked into a dust storm and a maze of lava tubes and come out carrying someone else's child. They did not cheer. They did not praise. They simply looked at him with an expression that Din had rarely seen, directed at himself, and did not quite know how to interpret. It was not gratitude, exactly, or at least, not only gratitude. It was recognition. The recognition that he was one of them now, that whatever he had been before, bounty hunter, warrior, solitary figure passing through, he had crossed a line tonight that could not be uncrossed. Kel walked over to him. He did not speak for a long moment. He simply stood beside Din, looking out at the dark plain and the thinning storm and the lights of the homesteads beginning to reappear as the dust settled. Then he said, in the matter-of-fact tone of a man stating the obvious, that the condenser still needed a new moisture probe, and he had an extra one at his farm, and he would bring it by in the morning. And then he added, almost as an afterthought, that he was glad Din was their neighbor. Din did not know how to respond. He nodded, once, and the nod was slightly deeper than the ones he usually gave. It would have to be enough. The storm passed completely sometime in the deep hours of the night. When Din woke the next morning, the Nevarro sky was so clear and bright that it seemed almost artificial, as if someone had painted a better version of the atmosphere over the real one. The volcanic dust had settled in a fine layer across every surface, coating the stone wall and the condenser unit, and the garden plot in a uniform, pale gray. It would need to be cleaned off before the equipment could run properly. It would need to be cleaned off regularly, perhaps weekly, perhaps daily during the storm season. This was what living on Nevarro meant. The planet was not hostile, but it was demanding. It asked for maintenance the way some worlds asked for rain. Din spent the morning cleaning the homestead. The work was repetitive and physical and required no particular skill beyond persistence, and he found that he appreciated the simplicity of it. Sweep the dust from the condenser intake, brush it from the door seals, shovel it from the landing pad where it had accumulated in drifts against the windward edge. The dust was finer than sand, finer than the volcanic ash of other worlds he had visited, and it got into everything. His armor joints would need extra attention later, the seals cleaned and lubricated before they began to grind. Grogu helped in his own way. He had discovered that the dust, when swept into piles, could be shaped into small mounds that collapsed satisfyingly when he pushed them with a telekinetic nudge. He was still engaged in this activity when the first land speeder arrived. It was Kel, as promised, carrying the moisture probe and a replacement set of condenser seals and a covered dish that Maris had insisted he bring. And behind him, coming up the track from the capital, were more speeders, neighbors from the other homesteads, carrying tools and supplies and covered dishes of their own. They did not ask permission. They did not wait for an invitation. They simply arrived, parked their vehicles near the stone wall, and began to work. One of them, a woman whose name Din had not yet learned, walked directly to the condenser and began inspecting the seals without a word of introduction. Another, an older man with a mechanical arm that hummed quietly as it moved, started assessing the garden plot and making notes on a data pad about soil composition and irrigation scheduling. A third, younger than the others, began sweeping the landing pad without being asked, working alongside Din as if they had been doing this together for years. Din stood at the center of the quiet activity and tried to understand what was happening. He had spent his life alone, depending on no one, a hunter who operated solo and answered only to himself. The skills that had kept him alive had all been learned in isolation. How to read terrain, how to track a target, how to survive when the only person watching your back was you. And yet here were these people, these farmers and traders and homesteaders, arriving at his property with tools and food and expertise, and none of them were asking for anything in return. None of them were treating this as a transaction. They were simply doing what neighbors did. And then Din understood something that he had not understood before. He understood that Grief Karga had not given him a cabin. He had given him a place in a network, a community of people who took care of each other, because that was how you survived on a volcanic world at the edge of civilized space. The cabin was just a physical structure. The real gift was the web of relationships that surrounded it. The unspoken agreement that when something went wrong, a broken condenser, a dust storm, a child lost in the lava channels, you did not face it alone. He picked up a tool and joined them. The condenser was fully operational by midday. The new moisture probe was installed. The seals were replaced, and the unit was cycling smoothly, producing enough water to begin filling the storage tank in earnest. Kel showed Din how to monitor the tank levels, how to adjust the intake rate based on atmospheric humidity, how to recognize the early signs of the mineral buildup that would eventually require another cleaning. The woman who had inspected the seals turned out to be a former ship mechanic who had retired to Nevarro after a career in the core worlds, and her knowledge of fluid systems was deeper than anyone else's on the plane. She told Din to call her Tessa and to contact her the moment the condenser made any unusual sound. Unusual sounds, she said, were how machines asked for help. The garden plot was improved by the older man with the mechanical arm, whose name was Oren, and who had been growing food on Nevarro for nearly a decade. He showed Din how to test the soil's mineral content, how to choose crops that could tolerate the volcanic chemistry, how to build raised beds that would protect the root systems from the heat that radiated up from the ground. The soil was better than it looked, Oren said. Volcanic soil was rich in minerals that plants needed. It just needed water and time and someone willing to work it. By late afternoon, the homestead looked different than it had that morning. The condenser was running, the garden beds were turned and amended, the landing pad was swept clean, the tools were organized in the storage shed. The blurgs in the paddock had been fed and watered by a neighbor's child who clearly considered this part of her regular routine. And the neighbors were beginning to drift away, one by one, with waves and casual promises to check in tomorrow or the next day. They left behind covered dishes and spare parts and a strange sense of fullness in a space that had felt empty only hours before. Din stood at the stone wall and watched them go. Grogu was sitting on the wall beside him, his feet dangling over the edge, his eyes tracking the departing speeders with the same curious attention he gave to everything. The afternoon light was beginning to soften, the sun descending toward the horizon in its slow arc. The condenser was dripping water into the collection basin with a steady, rhythmic sound. And somewhere in the direction of the capital, the lights of the city were beginning to come on as the evening approached. That night, for the first time since arriving on Nevarro, Din closed the cabin door and felt something other than the instinct to check the perimeter. The feeling was subtle and unfamiliar, and it took him a moment to identify it. It was not safety exactly. Safety was a tactical assessment, a calculation of threat probability, and he had been making those calculations his entire adult life. It was something simpler than safety and more profound. It was the feeling of being in the right place, the feeling that the space around him was not just a shelter, but a home. The feeling that what waited outside the door was not danger, but community. He removed his helmet and set it on the stone table. The air of the cabin touched his face for the first time since the previous night's emergency, and he took a breath that was unfiltered by helmet systems and tasted of stone and warmth and the faint, distant scent of the highland vents. Grogu was already curled on his cushion near the heating unit, his eyes half closed, his breathing slowing into the rhythm of approaching sleep. The food that Maris had sent was warming on the kitchen unit, filling the cabin with the rich smell of spiced grain and slow-cooked meat. Din sat at the table and ate. He ate slowly, deliberately, tasting each bite with an attention he rarely gave to food. In his years as a hunter, meals had been a necessity, consumed alone and quickly between contracts. He had never sat at his own table before. He had never eaten a meal prepared by a neighbor who expected nothing in return. Outside the window, the Nevarro sky was darkening to the velvet black of a world without significant light pollution. The stars were emerging, first the bright ones, and then the dimmer ones, and then the whole, impossible sweep of the galaxy's outer arm, a river of light stretching across the dome of the sky. The lights of the neighboring homesteads were visible through the window. Kel's farm, a cluster of warm yellow glows 2 kilometers toward the capital. Tessa's place, marked by a single bright light near her workshop. Orin's homestead, its windows lit in a pattern that Din was beginning to recognize. And beyond them, the lights of the capital itself, a faint glow on the horizon that spoke of a city still awake, still growing, still becoming whatever it was destined to become. Din looked at the lights for a long time. He had spent his life watching for threats in the darkness, scanning horizons for the telltale signs of approaching danger. But tonight, the lights on the plain were not threats. They were neighbors. They were people who would show up with tools and food and emergency blankets if something went wrong. They were the community that had accepted him without asking him to change who he was, that had given him space when he needed it, and help when he could not ask for it. They were, in a sense he was only beginning to understand, his people now. He finished his meal. He checked on Grogu, who was fully asleep now, his small chest rising and falling with the deep, regular breathing of a child at peace. He walked to the window and stood there for a while, looking out at the stars and the lights and the dark volcanic plain that was no longer simply terrain to be crossed. The condenser cycled again, its soft mechanical hum, a background note beneath the larger silence. Water dripped into the basin. The cabin settled around him, its stone walls radiating the day's accumulated heat into the cooling night. He did not post a watch. He did not run a perimeter sweep or review the sensor logs. He simply stood at the window, helmetless and at ease, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead. and let himself feel what it was like to be home. Somewhere in the deep hours before dawn, in the deepest stillness of the night, when the stars burned brightest above the volcanic highlands, Din Djarin finally went to sleep. Not the alert sleep of a hunter in hostile territory, or the exhausted collapse between contracts. Just sleep. Ordinary, restful sleep. The sleep of a man who had finally, after decades of running and fighting and surviving alone, arrived at a destination he had never dared to believe he would reach. And when the first light of morning crept through the window, waking him with the gentleness of a new day on a peaceful world, he found that nothing had changed. The silence was still there. The stillness was still there. Grogu was still curled against his side, warm and small and perfectly at peace. The water was still dripping from the condenser into the stone basin. The lights on the plain were still glowing in the pre-dawn darkness. The blurgs in the paddock were making their low morning sounds, and somewhere in the direction of the capital, a land speeder was approaching with tools and food, and the quiet insistence that no one faced the day alone. The world had continued through the night without requiring his attention, and that, he understood now, was exactly what home meant.